Record and Fabio Sementilli, defendants present, all counsel present, jury, and also present. Good morning. Let me give you a little heads up on some scheduling for the next week. This is to remind you, we're going to be in session Monday and Tuesday. Wednesday is a judicial holiday. Thursday and Friday we will be dark, and the following Monday is a judicial holiday. What a great job, huh? Anyway, we're taking only 2 days off of court work. The others are holidays, and so we will not be in session those days. I'll remind you again next week, but you can start making your plans now. Mr. Gibson, you're still under oath, and Mr. Jones, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Gibson.
Good morning.
Just wanted to recap where we left off yesterday. At the end of yesterday, do you remember we looked at that "I'm so sorry" text that was received on Monica Sementilli's device?
Yes.
Then we looked at the AT&T records, and those confirmed that the day after Fabio Sementilli was killed, so on January 24th, in the afternoon at 2:05 p.m., Robert Baker sent a text to Monica Sementilli that said, "I'm so sorry."
Yes.
Okay. I'd want to move on to IDMSS. Do you mind if we go to slide 61?
Thank you.
IDMSS, just to recap, that is an app you can use to view home surveillance cameras remotely on your phone. Is that right?
Yes, that's how it's advertised.
And what we see here, are these screenshots you took?
Yes.
So these are screenshots you took of, is this where you can download IDMSS Lite?
You can download it on the App Store or the iTunes Store. I believe that you can download this application on a computer.
Okay. And here, this is a screenshot that's taken March 29th, 2018, so over a year after the killing took place.
Correct.
And this is something that wasn't found on anyone's device. You took this yourself.
Well, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation. It also misstates the evidence as to the defendant's phone.
This is a
screenshot. This slide is a screenshot you took, though.
correct.
We go to the next slide. Go to the next slide, actually. Here, this is, again, another screenshot that you took.
Yes.
This gives details of the app, correct?
Correct.
And here it has the release date, October 9th, 2017. See that?
Yes.
So this is obviously after January 23rd, 2017, correct?
Yes.
So all the details here are relating to a later version, right?
Correct.
So not the version that would have been in use at the time of January 23rd, 2017, right?
Correct.
Okay. You go to the next slide, please. And the next slide. The next slide, sorry. And again, this is a screenshot you took of the publisher's website, right?
Correct.
The next slide. Okay, now this is something that was found from the extraction of Monica Sementilli's device, right? 119?
Yes.
These are the log entries, and again, you filtered by IDMSS, right?
Correct. There's 4,234 log entries that were parsed out. These are the filtered log entries for IDMSS.
And what we see here are 7 entries for IDMSS, right?
Correct.
And they show the earliest one is June 30th, 2016.
Correct, at 9:51 a.m.
Just looking at the dates, just for the time being. And we have July 18th, another entry for IDMSS on Monica's phone, correct?
Correct.
August 7th, right?
Correct.
August 10th,
Yes.
September 14th,
Yes.
and November 10th.
Yes.
And then we have January 23rd, right?
Yes.
So for about a 6-month period, there's roughly an entry every month or so. I know there's 2 in August, and there's not one in October or December. But there are in June, July, August, September, and November, right?
Correct. 7 log entries during that time frame.
Okay. I think you testified earlier, but correct me if I'm misremembering. These log entries obviously give it a time, right?
Correct.
They give a date.
Yes.
But from this log entry table alone, you can't say what the app was doing or how the app was being used, right?
Correct.
We would need more information.
Yes.
And is it right that without more information, you couldn't say what that timestamp necessarily represents?
This timestamp was for that log entry. So that log entry was created at that date and time, and that's all you can say about that log entry from the
That's all you can
screenshot.
say, that a log
Correct.
entry was created at that day and that time.
Correct.
Okay. Can we go to slide 142, please? Here we have an item found on Monica Sementilli's device, 119.
Correct.
And you spoke in your testimony previously about this. It appears to be a screenshot of an email from Jean Parshall to Monica Sementilli. See that on the right?
It's a picture of email correspondence. I wouldn't say it's a screenshot.
Okay. And that email correspondence talks about insurance. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. The next slide, please. Sorry, next slide after that. And then we have here an MMS message. You described this. This means a multimedia service message. Is that right? Have I got that right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is where you send it's images, for example, not just text.
Yes, pictures, multimedia, pictures, videos.
Okay. And here we have an image being sent from Monica Sementilli's device, correct?
Correct.
That image is 9926. That's the same image we saw in the previous slide, the email with the insurance.
Correct.
But we don't see from this data who that is sent to.
Correct. Not from this particular slide.
Right. We just don't have that data here. Isn't it true, though, that sometimes you can look at other data to give you some context as to where something might have been sent? For example, looking at messages before or after.
Yeah. So if you look at the source file, the path leads to a sms.db database, and that's where all this information is being pulled from. So you can verify and authenticate the information that's being displayed in that database.
Okay. Well, just want to show you some other records of mine. Well, I have here 2 pages from Monica Sementilli's Celebrate data extraction. One is in relation to time of activity, and one is text correspondence. Finally, marked as Defense Exhibit 607.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Gibson, show you would have been marked as Defense Exhibit 607. See that? Does this appear to you to be an extract from Monica Sementilli's phone extraction dealing with the timer, showing various items on the timer of her phone activity?
Yes.
Right. Now we see here, do you see this call log entry? Showing an outgoing call?
Yes.
Right. And that's June 7th, 2017, at 2:17 p.m. See that?
Yes.
And this is to Marco Laurenti. See that?
Yes.
And here it says duration of 2 seconds. That would indicate potentially a missed call or a very short call. Is that right?
It's a 2-second phone call entry.
The next entry immediately afterwards we see is an outgoing message, 2:26:02 p.m. See that on the same day?
Correct.
From the owner, so from Monica Sementilli.
Mm-hmm.
And this is has the path, and it has that same image 9926.jpg. See that?
Yes.
We can go back. Oh, I'm sorry. Go back to that slide.
Which slide? You have it.
Perfect, thank you. Is this the same entry?
Yes, if you looked at your timeline,
Yeah.
it said empty file, and that's how the program is visual. So empty file, the red font,
Yes.
right there. So it's just a naming reference to the file, and so that's indicating that it's an empty file, and it's not in that. It's empty.
So this is the entry on this data extraction timeline for that slide we're looking at.
Correct, for that path.
Okay. And then immediately after, we see an incoming message from Marco Laurenti to Monica saying, "This is good news."
Correct.
Okay, so just to recap, we have an outgoing call from Monica to Marco Laurenti at 2:17 p.m., right?
Correct.
Then we have Monica sending that screenshot, or sorry, that image of that email to someone at 2:26 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And then we have Marco 3 minutes later replying saying, "This is good news," right?
Correct.
But would it then appear to you from these records that she sent that image to Marco Laurenti?
That would be an assumption just based on this, because if you look at the date and times, if that's the conclusion and argument, that's fine. But just based on this, I can't say that because that entry is not there. If it's not there, you can't. I'm not going to say that it happened for sure. You can make that inference if you desire, but there's nothing on the record to show that that record or that picture went to that person.
Understood. Would it be consistent with that?
Yes.
Right. Let's look at one message down there. Here, there's an outgoing message from Monica Sementilli to an Anna with that number.
Yes.
2:38 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Now this attaches the same image file, right? 9926.
Yes.
And with the text accompanying it from Monica crossing my fingers, right?
Yes.
I have here, do you recognize this as this same text? Is just in a different visual form. This comes from a different part of the cellular extraction, right? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I don't know what this is.
It's not marked.
This is page 2 of
607?
607.
Very good.
I'm sorry, I should have been clear. showing you page 2 of the Defense Exhibit 607. And this is the same text, correct? It's just a different visual form.
It's the same picture, different text message.
I mean,
Oh,
this text message
Sorry.
says, "Cross
Yes.
my fingers."
same message.
And here there's actually a thumbnail. I'm not expecting you to see that, but that is the thumbnail for that image. 9926.
It's the same picture.
Right. From this, though, you can definitively say that this is Monica Sementilli sending that image of the email talking about insurance to that phone number, Anna.
Yes.
One moment, Your Honour, if you don't mind. Thank you. No further questions.
Very briefly. In terms of that, the message, let me say the image file. There we go. You also don't know whether she sent that image to other individuals that might appear on their devices. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
I want to go back to Council, can I have your 606, please? Showing you a copy of 606. Highlighted. Yesterday, you were asked whether there appeared to be, although there was information, I believe you said, regarding the sender missing from the Celebrite extraction. You were shown these phone records showing that it appeared that message regarding sorry was sent to the defendant's cell phone ending in 4213 from Robert Baker's cell phone ending
Yes.
And it was adjusted for yesterday for, I believe you said, for California time, making it 2:05 in the afternoon, correct?
Not if it's 22:05 in January. You have to subtract 8 hours from 2:05. Sorry.
That's okay. Just before that, do we see at 2:02, it looks like, and 33 seconds, 2 messages that are sent from the defendant's cell phone to Robert Baker's?
Yes.
So that would indicate that the message that you were asked about yesterday was consistent with being a response from the prior 2 messages the defendant sent to him, correct?
Objections, speculations.
I asked whether it was consistent with. Is there a 2 messages that precede the one from Baker to the defendant that go from the defendant to Baker?
There are 2 entries at 22:02:33 from Monica's device to Mr. Baker's device.
And given that those 2 messages do not appear in the Celebrite extraction, would that be consistent with the defendant deleting those messages perhaps from her phone?
Yes.
Anything further?
Nothing really.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. You're excused. Please may call the next witness.
People call David Diaz.
Face me and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly state the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. Adjust the microphone so that we can hear you, and for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
First name is David, last name Diaz, D-A-V-I-D-D-I-A-S.
Thank you. Mr. Diaz, are you currently employed?
I am not. I'm retired.
Where are you retired from?
Retired from Procter & Gamble, Cody, and living in Canada right now.
Okay. The jury's heard some background on those 3 companies. Can you tell us what your role was with Procter & Gamble?
In the latest role with Procter & Gamble, when I moved to the U.S., I was head of trade marketing here in Los Angeles at our Woodland Hills office. And then as Procter & Gamble divested in 2016, I kept a similar role with Cody and became a VP of sales for the company and led the integration work between the 2 companies.
During your times first with Procter & Gamble, did you work with Fabio Sementilli?
I did. So In Canada, I was the first Procter & Gamble employee that got transferred to the Wella division. It was an acquisition that Procter & Gamble had done, and so I transitioned September 2006 to assume the leadership role for the Canadian division.
So Procter & Gamble acquired
Acquired
or bought
Wella, correct.
Okay.
And then I met Fabio sometime that September in 2006.
Do you know what Fabio was doing around that time before he came on board?
He owned a salon with his sister, but for the Wella company, he had been what we would have called an independent contractor, top stylist, platform artist for the company, and did education to the stylist community on a contract basis.
Okay, and then if you could explain, as you were starting to say, how he came on board.
So when I came on board, the person that I was assuming the role from, Joy Anuzzi, had said to me, Dave, we've got this stylist. I think he'd like to change careers and join the company, but it's going to be your decision as you get to know him if he's the right person for you, because you're going to be taking over the business. And so as I got to know Fabio through 2006 and into 2007, we had discussions about him coming on as a permanent employee to lead our education team.
And then what happened after that?
After that, he did a fantastic job. We learned a lot from each other, because I was more of a corporate guy and he was an artistic mind and very passionate about the industry, so he taught me that part of the business. And I tried to teach the business side of the role that was important that he was walking into as well. And through that time, he then became, with my boss in Los Angeles, a candidate for promotion that we had our eye on to have him transferred to the U.S. And so I believe it's sometime in 2010 I had the discussion with him about this opportunity, and it would be great for his career and to continue to grow his business side for the business as well, but play a bigger role with the stylist community in North America.
Subsequent to that, did you go to dinner with him and his wife in order to discuss this possible move to the United States?
Yes. For Fabio, he said that getting Monica on board to this move for him, for this career move, was going to be very important, because he wouldn't do it otherwise. He felt that she was very close to her family, her sisters, parents, and this would be a difficult move for her to possibly go, but she would need to understand what was involved in that. So we arranged to take Fabio and Monica, so myself, Ruben Carranza, my boss from Los Angeles, out for dinner, and for me to help explain to Monica what it's like to do a transfer to the U.S.
If I could interrupt you, you're referring to someone by the name of Monica. Do you see that person in court?
I do.
Can you please identify where that person's sitting and what that person's wearing?
At the end of the desk in a black jacket.
And just for time frame, what time frame is this around when you go to dinner?
It was, I have to believe, late winter, spring maybe of 2010. It was before a decision had to be made to move, and I think they made the move in the summer of 2010, so it was in around that time.
During this dinner then, what did you discuss as far as any company benefits?
I explained to her, again, from my personal experience moving to the U.S. the first time, the company, very, very generous. They try to make it very easy on the family, and with awareness what is needed for a spouse as well, so they would handle all the move for the costs. There'd be housing subsidy, early on to rent. There'd be a purchase plan. If they were chose to buy a house, there'd be some support for that. There'd be the opportunity for Fabio for greater opportunity for growth in his career, as well as it did for me, and that would mean more in stock options that would be available one day should he climb to the next level, income support to buy a car, as a interest-free loan to do that. There was support, spousal support, if they want to do an education program, as well, because it was very important that the whole family was looked after and felt comfortable, because that would then enable, us, the transferee, to do well at our job if we felt that everything was stress-free of the things that are controlled.
So based on after that dinner, did the Sementillis then agree to relocate to Woodland Hills?
They did, yes.
And when was that?
I believe the physical move may have been summer of 2010, but it was sometime in 2010.
Okay. One moment. Okay, so after they after they moved to Woodland Hills, what was your relationship then with both the defendant and Ms. Fabio Sementilli?
Mine was, so I remained in Canada as a Canadian leader. So Fabio I would see at company meetings, but we'd also dialogue quite a bit. So he'd reach out to me to continue this, what do I do, almost like a mentor point of view of things as he tried to adjust to a bigger world and I guess more people with their fingers in the pie as he was trying to, set himself up for success in there as well. Other than that, with Fabio and Monica, there'd be the odd dinner when I'd come to town. I'd visit them at their home that they were renting in Woodland Hills, I think was at the time, and have dinner at their place or just a meet up. Or we'd see each other at company events. Trendsetters, which was our reward recognition, piece as well. We would see each other then. But then I moved away to Australia, but Fabio and I at that point in time then just stayed in touch over career and personal stuff.
So were you his boss then, or did he report to you officially within the chain of command?
When he was in Canada, yes. Not in the U.S.
Okay. All right. Now I want to get to the time frame shortly before Fabio was killed. Were you out in L.A. for any reason to see him?
I was living in L.A.
Okay.
I was working because then I came back from Australia, I believe it was in 2014, and remained until 2018. So I was already there for close to 2 years before he was killed.
Okay, so let's talk about the week or so before he was killed. Did you see him?
I did. I was invited over for, I think, lunch on a Saturday or a Sunday. I think it was the Sunday, to their place. I was in town alone. My wife was back in Canada.
When you say their place, was it their home on Queen Victoria?
On Queen Victoria, yes.
Okay.
Now it was their home.
When you went to lunch, was the defendant and Fabio both there?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do?
I think we had pizza, chit chat, and then Fabio took me to the garage and showed me a car that he got that I didn't know that he got. It was a Porsche, and then he took me out for a ride.
Okay, and what happened during that ride?
We talked a lot about the car. And I said, well, when did you get this? And I think he said around Christmas. And I said, wow, this is a really nice car. And then he went on to say, Monica wasn't happy when I brought it home because I didn't tell her I bought it, and just brought it home. And then we talked a little bit about career stuff as well that we had started before Christmas. So he'd always take the opportunity to pick my brain on some things that he was thinking about.
After that visit, then, that was around, did you say January
15th,
okay.
I think. Yeah.
Did you see him again before he was killed?
I probably would have seen him just at the office earlier in that week, but then I went back to Canada for the following weekend, and then came back the Monday, the 23rd.
During that time frame, the week before, did you notice anything unusual about the relationship between the defendant and Fabio that caught your attention?
Overruled.
Objection, relevance.
So I'd always seen them as a very, over the years, from 2007 on, very loving couple, happy. It just seemed a little different, to me. There was a little cold. There was, his comment about, what happened when he bought the car, and then he started talking about and asking for my advice about going back home to Canada, and would the company ever consider him taking over the country manager's job in Canada?
So during the week before he was killed, he asked you about going back to Canada?
Yes.
Okay. Did he elaborate why he wanted to go back?
He started talking about, he said it would probably be good for the family, is what he said, for the girls, for Monica. And he brought it up slightly before Christmas, and then brought it up again. And I said, Fab, this is very different, that you're being serious about this. And as he explained, that he wouldn't elaborate, he just said it'd be good for the family. I said, well, that's a big step back, right? So you had ambitions to move to Geneva. So I was just trying to figure out where his mindset was, and one day becoming the global education guy. And he said, that's going to be hard. As much as it'd be great, that's going to be hard for me to pull off. But maybe I would consider taking a level down, for that. And I said, well, if you're asking my opinion, would the company, said if there's one person in this type of work as a head educator that could pull off a country manager's job, it'd probably be you, with the experience that you've now had in the U.S. But you just need to understand some of the things that you have today, you won't have financially in the company in the level down. Because when I left Canada for Australia, they re-leveled the role down and made it a more integrated part of the North American business, but required a lower level leader.
Prior to this conversation, then, a week before he was killed, had he ever talked to you about moving the family back to Canada?
No, it was just around that time, just before Christmas, and then when I came back and we were driving in the car, and it was the first time that he'd only ever talked about Geneva prior to that.
Were any of these conversations in front of Monica, the defendant?
No, they were always private conversations with me as call it bounce off what he was thinking and what I would think would happen within the company.
Now you talked about Christmas. What was the conversation back in before 2016 Christmas time?
Yeah, so he brought up this thing about Canada, before, but he never really elaborated on the why, right? And he just asked about the opportunities back in back in Canada, and it said, lots of things have changed. He's seen it change, since I left. But it was the first time that he ever brought that up, because he's only ever talked about Geneva. But after Christmas, in the new year, is when he opened up that he seriously wanted to consider that.
And he said that he thought it would be good for his family?
Yeah, that was the whole driver for it, because he is a very ambitious and extremely talented individual, and I think the whole company saw that, including the leaders in Geneva. People that I interacted with as well, because when we talked about the move to the U.S., he was identified as an individual that he was going to step in and then step very quickly into the full education leader job, which he did. And he learned very well. He was a great learner and wanted to learn the business side while keeping true to the creative stylist side of the business.
So in the scheme of the company and his progress in the company and career advancement, in your opinion, going back to Canada is a step back?
Yeah, it'd definitely be a step back. The company has very specific levels for jobs and what they're designated as, and that job would be designated as at least a step or two below where he was in the company.
In November of 2016, and this is before this Christmas time conversation, in November, were you on a trip for the company where the defendant and Fabio were present?
Yes.
What was that trip for the company?
For the company is our annual recognition trip for the top performers in the company. And we as leaders, department leaders, would always go because we're there to give the official awards to our individual team members and ensure that they are, I would say, enjoying themselves and the fruits of their hard work as well. And we would encourage everybody to bring a spouse or a significant other or a son or a daughter to these things as well. We wanted to really make it a family thing.
So during that event, then, was there social events such as dinners and things of that nature?
There was organized stuff, and then there was, it was always designed to have some organized and lots of free time because we didn't want to structure the employees. So here I am, I'm at a company work event again, and it was encouraged that people would stick together with their spouses or whoever they brought along to really not feel like they were working all day long.
Now, just during the work events, so the dinners, things of that nature, where it was the company, were you able to observe the interactions between Fabio and the defendant?
Yes. In particular, I was the MC of the final night, the awards night. So yes, I would have seen them there.
And how did they appear to interact with each other?
They appeared to interact, that evening. Great. The hotel, I called out. I actually called them both out from the mic and told the audience that this is the hotel where Monica and Fabio had their honeymoon when they were married and went to Hawaii. They danced up a storm, all night long.
While you were in Hawaii, then, did you and your wife then, was your wife with you?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you have any one-on-one interaction with the defendant and Fabio?
We did throughout, but the main night was when everybody was gone. We stayed on an extra night, and I believe they may have as well. And we had done something prior in Maui years before. We went out together as couples, just the four of us. Just everybody else is gone. The rest of the organization is gone as well. So now it's just us, and we are done. Fabio and I are done the work side of things.
And then did you go to dinner?
Yes, we did.
Okay, during that dinner, how was the interaction between the defendant and Fabio that you observed?
Very different than what I've experienced in the past.
How so?
It wasn't as social. It wasn't as interactive as we've had in the past, or even the night before. Felt very cold, and it almost didn't happen because Fabio said, "I don't know if we're going to be able to pull this off, and that we're going to be able to make it." And said, "Well, we said, it's up to you." And then we finally did at the hotel, but it just seemed more cold and distant.
And is that something that you noticed prior to this case ever coming to light?
No, it was very unusual.
Okay.
For them, and I think overall it was more of an unusual trip as well. Other than the night of the awards night, it was like there they are on stage dancing up a storm, and it was, yeah.
So the night that you had dinner, when the company's not there, there's no party.
Yeah.
Did their relationship appear different to you? Is what I
Yeah.
guess
Yes. That's what I was trying to say. It's very cold, different. It wasn't as social as it typically had been. Not a lot of laughter, and almost didn't happen.
Did you notice during this trip the defendant ever any of her actions?
Yeah, because there's a lot of downtime, as I said earlier, because the company didn't want to structure it. So we'd be sitting at the beach. Fabio would be with his group of educators or other managers as well, and Monica spent a lot of time walking the beach with their on the phone and with their I guess earpods in or whatever the string earphones would be in, back and forth, and it was just again less group interaction at that time.
The day of the actual murder, January 23rd, 2017, how did you hear about it?
I had just gotten home from work. I flew in that morning, went to work, and then probably left around 5:30 or so. And I lived across the street from the office, walking distance.
And what city is this again?
In Woodland Hills. Okay. And so I could see it. And so I just hightailed it home with the time zone changes, dead tired. And then my colleague, Bob Lucian, called me. May have been just after 6 or so, and he said, "Dave, you got to come back to the office." And I said, "What do I need to come back for the office for? I just got home. It's been a long day," and said, "You got to come back to Sal's office." And I was still not understanding why. And then, because I wasn't responding right away, he said, "Fabio's dead. Come back. We got to go. You got to come, and we got to talk." And I went straight back to the office, to Sal's office, and Bob was already there. I think Henry eventually joined us as well. I know he was there when we left the office to go over to their place.
So you went with those other individuals?
Yeah, there was 4 of us.
To the Sementilli residence?
Yeah, it wasn't the residence. We didn't know what we were walking into because it was all taped off. We introduced ourselves to the officer where the yellow tape was, and he walked us up to a house across the street from the Sementilli residence.
Did you see the defendant that night then?
I did.
And how did she appear to you?
She appeared very distraught, a lot of heavy breathing, a lot of choppy words. It was just shaking a lot.
Did you see any tears?
I don't recall seeing tears. Just a lot of, heavy breathing and trying to get words out.
Do you recall anything about a conversation with her that night when you walked up and first met her?
I remember giving her a hug. There was all kinds of people there, people behind her. There was the forest, and she hugged me back, and the only thing that I remember said, "I'm going to need your help with the company," and I said, "We're going to be we're here to help you. Whatever we have to do, we're here," and that was about the extent of things that night.
Okay. Do you remember her saying anything to you about any requests for help that night?
Not as specific. There was, it kept saying I don't understand the company stuff, but it was like a very short conversation. But then we committed to coming back the next day, and then that's when we sat down.
The next day, then, you went back to, was it the Sementilli house?
To the Sementilli house, and the day was whatever after the house, and I think the morning had been cleaned after the, detectives or forensic people, whoever had been there, and when they were allowed back in, we went back to their house and went actually into the house.
So that was on the 24th of January?
I believe it was the 24th. That Tuesday seems to ring a bell. If that was the day that they were allowed back in, we, I think, came that afternoon.
Who did you go with to the house?
I thought Sal was there, likely Henry, and I don't recall who else.
When you went to the house, then, did you sit down and have a chance to actually talk with the defendant?
I did on the living room couch.
While you're on the couch with the defendant, who's involved in the conversation?
At that point, I think it was just myself and her. I think of the group, I'd probably be the more well known because I'd known them for a longer period of time than others. So from what I recall, it was the two of us, and then other people hovered around the island. Other people came in, sat there for a while, moved away. Yes.
So did you have then, you had a conversation with the defendant?
I did.
Can you explain what occurred during that conversation? So
she said, Dave, we're going to need some help. I don't understand, the company stuff that Sal had, and insurance, stocks, and stuff like that. I don't know how we're going to survive financially.
Did she ask you about life insurance?
I believe it was life insurance that she said, because she definitely said the company insurance, because the company did have policy for executives and employees of, I think it was 2 times salary or something like that was available to us, and she was asking about the insurance and how, but she doesn't know the details about it or how to access it or who to talk to, and I said, well, Henry is the one that is going to look after pulling everything together, and that would include the stocks stock plan that Fabio was within the company, and the new Cody programs, as well.
So is it fair that she was expressing to you that she didn't know anything about?
Yes, and she was going to need help where to locate it.
One moment, I'm sorry. Overruled.
Let me rephrase that and let me finish the question. Sorry, we don't talk over each other for the court reporter. I guess my question is, did she, was she, based on what you just testified to, was it basically she was telling you she didn't understand how the insurance and all that worked?
Yes.
Okay.
It can be very complicated because there's so many different components to the company programs and what he signed up for.
Did she appear to think that he had, did she say to you that she knew about his life insurance and just didn't know how it worked?
Yeah, it was more that it didn't know how everything worked.
Okay. And
needed help to what all the things were.
All right, and then what happened?
I had said to her that, we have somebody here, Henry, he will pull all that stuff together for you. I don't know what the details are specifically. I know the different elements, but I don't know what Fabio had. But it's Henry's role, and when he's ready, he will come back and walk you through everything.
Now, this being the day after the murder that occurred, did you ever go out on the patio where Fabio had been killed?
Yes. So at one point in that afternoon, Monica wanted to go have a smoke, and that would have been taking us out to the patio.
Did she show you the actual location?
Yes, she said, and here's where they killed Fabio.
Okay, and was there anything that you noticed about that location?
I mean, all the furniture was set back where it normally is. I really struggled being there. I tried not to look at his chair.
Objection, non-responsive.
It's overruled.
Because to me it was a very uncomfortable place to be, and very, to me, odd. I didn't want to be there. In there, it was fine inside the house. I didn't want to be on the patio and be sitting across from where he would normally sit.
So the day after the murder, when she's showing you the chair where Fabio had been murdered, was she crying?
She was talking in chopped words, heavy breathing.
Did you see any tears?
No.
That chair, was there anything on the chair?
I don't recall there being anything on the chair that day. It was just an empty chair.
And did everything appear to be cleaned up?
Yes, everything seemed to be cleaned up. Around the whole house where we were, everything was sort of, clean.
And not to be too graphic, but you didn't see any blood outside?
I did not.
Okay,
No.
or inside?
No.
Was that the basis of your conversation with her that day, or was anything else of any significance that day?
That day, no.
Now, did you end up going back to the Sementilli residence?
I did.
When was that?
Probably a couple days later, maybe the Thursday. I think Henry, came as well, because the purpose is, Henry had an overview to share with Monica, and so I went over around that time. I don't know if we went in the same car, but we were definitely there for that purpose.
What do you mean an overview?
Henry's job was to pull together all of the components of Fabio's whatever stock options with the company, life insurance, any other. There was stuff because he was a Canadian employee, as I was. The Canadian employees were on a different program before coming to the U.S. There was a different retirement program based there. All the value components that Henry was able to pull together. I didn't see them, but he had it on a spreadsheet to walk her through the details.
And this was then within the week of him being killed, is that correct?
Yes.
So were you present when Henry went over the benefits?
No, I went to talk to Monica first on the couch, and she said she asked about the benefits and life insurance and stocks and stuff like that. And I said, well, that's what Henry is here for. He has everything ready for you to walk you through it. I know Fabio's sister Morella was there at the time. I can't remember if Monica's sister may have been there as well. And I said to her, so he's here ready to take you through all this. And she was, heavy breathing and distraught, I guess, and said, do you want Morella to come sit with you, while he walks you through that? Because, she didn't seem stable, I guess.
Okay.
To have somebody there with her as he walked her through the stuff, and she said no. And so I then walked over to Henry, and then they went off somewhere else in the house, and I don't know what happened from there.
Okay, and again, you said heavy breathing,
Yeah.
things of that nature. You didn't describe any tears. Did you see any tears?
No.
Did you ever see the defendant crying with tears?
I wouldn't say with tears, but no.
You
No.
saw
But
heavy breathing?
heavy breathing, grasping, short words.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other than when you had the conversations with her about benefits, insurance, things of that nature, did she ever ask you for anything else?
No, she never asked me for anything
Did she
else.
ever ask you for any help relocating from the residence?
No. No.
Did she ever ask you for any help with security in her residence or upgrading the security?
No.
Did you attend then the wake that they had in the backyard on January 29th, 2017?
I did.
And when you went to that wake, did you go there with anybody?
And I showed up by myself. Most everyone there I would know, whether it be family that was there, employees, some of the stylist group contractors, and so on. So I knew most everybody, and so I went and then gathered with people that I knew.
So at this point, you had known Fabio since 2006.
6.
Okay. So how big was this group of people that was there?
It was quite large. It was like the patio side had lots of people there, all around the pool. The company had brought in, so all around the pool, on my right-hand side of the pool, there was lots of tables, people, and a catering group doing tacos.
Okay. Exhibit 9 is up on the screen. It's the backyard patio. Do you recognize that?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, sorry, Exhibit 9, page 19, for the record. Did you go through the house and come out the back door to the patio then?
Yes, I did. That's the normal
Right.
entrance, right? So through the kitchen, through that patio, and into the area. I've been there many times.
When you walk onto the patio, you came from the kitchen, which is the furthest window that just leads off the patio. When you came out through the patio, is that where all the people were congregated?
There's quite a few people congregated there, and then all the way to the back, and all the way around the right-hand side.
Did you notice anything or someone that you didn't recognize?
Yes. I don't know who it was, but when I was walking through, I noticed someone, because most people there were people known to Wella, or known to me, either close or not close. But I didn't stay very long because that's still an area that I was very uncomfortable being in. But I walked through. But I know when you see someone that you don't recognize, you sort of say, well, I wonder who that is. And then I just kept walking and then left that area and then did not go back to that area.
What's been marked as People's Exhibit 46. Did you see this person there?
I believe that's the person I saw because I remember a guy in a leather jacket.
Is that the person that stood out to you as someone you didn't recognize?
Yes.
Now, when you came out through the patio, I put Exhibit 9 back up, page 19, where was he at?
I thought he was sitting down on a couch in the patio, or the patio.
There's a patio with
Yeah,
the
with the
overhang.
chair on the other side. I thought he was sitting there as I walked through.
And that caught your attention?
Yeah, because again, everybody else, you're going through, you recognize people, and then you see someone that you don't recognize, but you say, well, I don't necessarily know everybody, but.
At the time that you saw him, did you see where the defendant was?
I don't recall.
Did you ever notice the defendant speaking with that individual?
No, because I stayed away from that area.
And then, if I may mark this People's Exhibit 107, it's a photograph of an individual circled. It says Robert Baker at Wake. It's page, well, it has a 6 in the bottom left corner, but it's Exhibit 107 if I may mark it.
Yes.
Okay, just to orient then, there's an individual circle. Does that appear to be the same individual that you recognized in People's 46?
Yeah,
That's
so from
it, yeah.
the picture on the right where it's blown up, that
Yes.
looks more like
Okay.
the person I didn't recognize.
And then what's along the building right there? What was that, if you remember?
I don't know if there was food or drink in that area.
Okay, and then this chair right here,
Yes.
do you recognize that?
Yes, that was like Fabio's favorite chair where he'd sit and watch TV and talk whenever we gather. That's usually where he sat.
And you had been there before and seen him sitting in that chair?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Was that kind of known as his chair?
Yeah, it's his chair.
Okay. What were the items on the chair right there? I know that's a grainy photo, so going back to your own memory of that night.
I think there was what I recall, there was a picture of him. I don't recall because, again, as I walked by, I tried not to look at it. I can't remember. I think the cigar I gave him the week before, because I know he loved cigars, may have been on that chair as well. But again, I did not look at it in detail because I felt very uncomfortable in that space.
If I may mark this People's 108, it's a photograph of a close-up of a chair with some items on it entitled Defendant Sementilli Shrine to Victim Fabio at Wake.
Yes.
Exhibit 108, from that night, is that what you recall being in the chair?
Yeah, there was a bunch of things, but the picture I remember. The picture stood out because that's what caught my eye of Fabio.
Okay, that's a picture of Fabio.
Yes.
Now what about up here, this,
That yeah, of course, Big Daddy hair, because he he wore that a lot. He took a lot of selfies on airplanes, with it. But yeah, that's.
Did you ever see an Instagram post by the defendant of this chair? If you recall.
Yes.
If I may mark as People's 109, it is a photograph of the chair with the Big Daddy hat, along with, to the right of it, Instagram business records.
Yes.
108, that chair, is that the chair?
That's the chair, and that's the cigar I gave him.
That's the cigar you gave
Yeah, I
him?
think that was the Cuban cigar I gave him.
Okay, and that's the same Big Daddy hat that you always saw him in?
Yeah. He wore that a lot.
After this wake, then, did you attend any of the other memorials for Fabio?
I attended the funeral in Toronto. I flew back for that funeral home and the church. I'm recalling the date of the company event with the tent outside of our Woodland Hills office. I attended that. But I didn't attend anything else in Canada other than the funeral home and the funeral.
After the memorials occurred, then, did you continue to reach out to offer any assistance to the defendant?
I did I asked my wife Patty to reach out to her and say, whenever you come to town, reach out to Monica, and see if, get together with her for lunch, which she did the odd time, and then come mid-March, it just sort of stopped.
And what do you mean it stopped? On whose end?
When asked to, line something up with Monica, and said, well, no, she said she was busy.
Go ahead.
So I said, so Patty, did you get a hold of her? And said, no, she's not able to. She's going to Las Vegas with some girlfriends to get away from everything. And then I think there was another attempt maybe around May, and she just wasn't available, and so no, and she didn't reach back out to me at all for anything, because the people who could immediately help were on it.
Okay, thank you very much. No more questions.
Rick Ross.
Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Diaz. You were interviewed in this case for the first time in March of 2021.
I don't recall the dates, but may have been in March 21.
Do you recall that it was several years after the arrest, Monica was arrested?
Yes.
Were you interviewed more than one time by the detectives or the prosecutors in this case?
I don't recall that I was, but I don't recall.
Okay. When you were interviewed by the detectives and the prosecutors at that time, would you say your memory, being only maybe 3 or 4 years after the arrest, was better than as you sit here today?
I think of the things that I spoke of. These things were very clear to me, very embedded in my mind, because they're very specific moments. I think the only thing would be the evening of when we went to see Monica. I mean, that was your mind isn't always clear because there's so much going on, but the key points are very clear to me.
Sure. You testified about some conversations with Fabio in the winter of 2016 about considering going back to Canada, right?
Yes, yes.
You didn't tell the detectives or the prosecutors about those conversations when you were first interviewed in this case in March of 21, is that right?
I believe I may have.
Okay. You didn't subsequently provide that information to the prosecutors or the detectives at a more recent time from today's date?
No, because it was all from the original conversation. I believe I provided that.
Okay. And with respect to the 2016 Trendsetters event, is it your testimony that you also relayed to the detectives and the prosecutors when you were interviewed in March of 2021 about this dinner with yourself, your wife, and the Sementillis that you described as not so social or interactive?
Yes.
And you described that dinner there was something about it that was cold. Can you provide a little bit more detail on that?
Yeah, just there's usually a lot more for us. Fabio's very gregarious as an individual. There'd be a lot of joking around. It just seemed to be a quick evening that didn't seem that either one of them wanted to be at.
Okay, so it didn't seem like Fabio or Monica were their normal
Correct.
selves.
Correct. Unlike when we were in Maui together.
And Maui was several years prior to
Correct.
2016?
Correct.
And that was also a Trendsetters event?
Correct.
Did Fabio share with you in the months prior to him being killed that he needed to slow down on his travel schedule with work?
No, he never said that.
When you went to the home the week before January 23rd and Fabio showed you his Porsche, he was kind of showing it off to you because he was really proud of the car.
Yes.
And did you ever have any conversations with Monica about what Fabio told you?
No.
On the night of January 23rd, you had gone over to the Sementilli home and you had testified that you had seen Monica and you had given her a hug, given her situation,
Yeah.
right? And that you said to her, you know, we're all here to help, speaking on behalf of the company.
I did after she said, I'm going to need your help.
Okay, because I thought when you testified previously, you offered to her, we're here to help, and then you testified she made no request to you for any help that evening.
No, didn't make requests other than I'm going to need your help, right? And I said, we are all here to help you.
And you understood Monica, strike that. The next day, you testified that the next day you also went back to the Sementilli home.
Yes.
Did you do that on your own accord, or did anybody ask you to do that?
No, it was when we had a long night and we agreed as a lead team that we would go back and again to figure out what help looked like and so on. And given that I had the longer relationship with the family, I was to go to her first, but I again believe that I didn't go alone, that Henry and a few others would have gone as well.
And you testified that when you spoke with Monica on the living room couch, just the two of you, that she was telling you that she doesn't know any of the details about the benefits and the life insurance and anything related to company and the employment benefits. Is that
Correct.
right?
Correct.
And you had actually told her not to worry, there's going to be somebody who can help you understand all of this.
Correct.
Because she didn't know what
Yeah,
all of this was.
that's what she said, what that was and what the life insurance was and how it worked and who to go to. That's what she asked.
And you understood from that conversation that she didn't know all of the things. I think that's what was.
Yeah, and she
your
didn't know the
words.
details of it. She knew that it seemed like she knew that it existed, but she didn't know the details and where to go for it.
Well, how do you know that why do you say it seemed like she knew it existed if she told you?
Because she
didn't
asked
understand?
me about when you bring up, the company life insurance and the stock stuff. I just don't know where to go for all that.
You have you're talking before the question is done. I understand you completely. But the reporter, as good as she is, can only take down one person at a time.
Okay.
You're going to leave, counsel's going to leave, and I'm going to get nagged at for the rest of my life. So do me a favor. Wait till counsel's done.
Okay.
Okay, so just to go back to that last question, I had asked you what made you said it seemed like she knew it existed, and can you just but let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
When you spoke with Monica on that living room
Yes.
couch, she
Yes.
told you that she didn't know what all the details were and she didn't understand what any of this stuff was that the company had, if anything.
No, she said specifically those items that I'd shared, but she didn't know how it all worked and who to contact or how to get the information on it.
And you took it upon yourself to get in touch with a gentleman by the name of Henry because you understood Henry would know all of those answers.
Henry was already, there, and yes, so Henry being the head of HR would have access to all that information, the details of it. I know the broad stuff of it, but I don't know Fabio's details because it's private.
Right. On that same day, you testified that you had gone outside at one point with Monica, and isn't it true that Sal Macheri also had gone outside with the two of you?
I believe Sal was as well. Yeah.
And am I correct that Sal Macheri actually sat down in that patio area?
We all sat down in that patio area across from the chair, and maybe Monica had even sat in the chair, but we were taken out there because she wanted to go have a smoke and talk out there.
Didn't Sal Macheri sit in the actual chair when you guys went out on the patio that day?
I don't recall that he did.
Okay. When you went back a second time a couple days later with Henry Meyer so that Henry Meyer could provide an overview to Monica.
Yes.
And did you see, so at this point, you've only seen Monica a total of 3 times after January 23rd, including January 23rd.
That week, yes.
And did you see her at any point after this up until June of 2017?
We would have seen each other at funeral, the event at our office. We came back on a weekend, I believe, with food from our education team as well. That we brought food over to their place as well. Yes.
Okay, and the prosecutor asked you a couple times about your observations of Monica and whether you had seen any actual crime. You remember?
Yes.
But you weren't with Monica that many times between January 23rd and the days and the weeks following every single day, right?
Not every day, but the days that I just respond to the days that I was with her that week.
Okay, so you can't speak to what was happening before you actually were physically with Monica.
Correct.
With respect to her emotional
Correct.
state.
Only points that I was with her.
And just to confirm, you also testified that Monica never asked you specifically for any help with anything other than the 2 conversations you've spoken about.
Correct. Only specifically on those items.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Further by the people.
Just briefly. The conversation that when the defendant told you she doesn't know anything about the benefits, did she tell you, and this is Exhibit 96, did she discuss with you at all that Fabio had actually sent her an email with multiple pages outlining all of the benefits?
No.
Did she ever discuss that coming from Cody and P&G?
No.
And in fact, in the last pages, all the contact info. Do you recognize this kind of document?
Yeah, I recognize that kind of document, yes.
Okay, and that was sent through on May 17th, 2016 from her husband. Did she ever tell you that again then on October 4th, 2016, once again, Fabio forwarded her the benefits breakdown to her email? Did she ever mention any of that?
No.
Okay. I have no more questions.
Anything further?
Just briefly, Mr. Diaz, what the prosecutor just showed you, you obviously have no idea whether or not Monica viewed either of those emails, right?
I wouldn't know.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir, and you are excused. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and we'll get stand. And for the record, say spell your first and last name, please.
Marco, M-A-R-C-O, Laurenti, L-O-R-E-N-T-I.
Thank you. Sir, did you fly in from Toronto, Canada to testify?
Yes, I did.
And do you know somebody by the name of Morella Sementilli?
Yes, I do.
And is she your significant other?
Yes, she is.
Okay. And have the two of you been together since somewhere around 2008?
Yes.
All right. Through your relationship with Morella, did you meet her brother Fabio?
Yes, I did.
Showing you exhibit 73. Do you recognize Fabio in this photograph with his kids?
I do.
And what was your relationship like with Fabio?
We had a very good relationship. Even after he moved, we spoke often.
Did you guys have a close relationship?
We did.
Almost like brothers?
Correct.
Did you and Fabio often discuss personal matters, family matters, things of that nature?
We did. We spoke of our children. We spoke of work, business, things of that nature.
Okay. You're Italian, he's Italian.
Correct.
Did you have a nickname that you used for Fabio?
Big Daddy?
Okay. Did you also refer to him as Fab?
I did.
All right. When you first met Fabio, was he partners with Morella?
When I started seeing Morella, he was partners with Morella, and he was already doing some sort of part-time work for Wella.
As a educator, platform artist?
Yes.
And when you said that he was partners with Morella, what was their business venture?
They had a hair salon called Salon Shampoo, which they had for a few years. I think they opened it in 2001, if I'm correct.
And that was in the suburbs of Toronto?
It was in the outskirts of Toronto called Woodbridge.
Okay. And did you also have a close relationship with Fabio's 3 children that we see here in Exhibit 73?
Well, close in the sense that we were very good with each other. My kids had a pretty close relationship with his kids.
Okay. And Luigi lived in the area where you lived too, correct? In Toronto?
He lived in the outskirts of Toronto in an area called Stouffville.
Stouffville. Can you spell it, please?
Oh. Stouffville.
Thank you. And in terms of what was important to Fabio, he was...
The day that we arrived, the 25th of January.
And were you...
So,
Were you there that day?
I wasn't there with them, but Morella spoke to me of it.
Okay. On Sunday, January 29th, did you attend a viewing at a funeral home in the San Fernando Valley?
Correct, we did.
Followed by a wake at the Sementilli home that night?
That evening, yeah.
Okay. And did the defendant indicate what she was going to do that night prior to individuals coming to the house for this memorial?
Well, we knew that what I was going to do.
What you saw?
What I saw? Yeah.
Yes.
So I saw many people, some I didn't know. There were about 70 to 100 people attending. Wella put on the do, rented the chairs, the tables, got the food. They were very endearing towards her.
And what was the defendant saying she was going to do during this wake?
At one point, she seemed exhausted, and she got up and she said, I think I'm going to go to bed. I can't handle all these people right now. And I don't remember if it was her mother, Marilla. Somebody gave her a sleeping pill. And she said she was going to her room and going to bed. And then we didn't see her anymore.
At some point, did you see her later that evening?
Yeah, then she propped up again, and she kind of cleaned up, dolled up a little bit, and she was back around.
Okay. Did you see her on the patio that night?
I did. I saw her back on the patio.
Okay. And did you see her with someone?
She had various guests there that I didn't know,
Okay.
sitting with her near the fire pit where Fab used to sit.
Okay. And it's the living room area where other guests were also sitting?
No,
So it was just the defendant with another individual?
with another gentleman, yes.
Okay. Did you know who that individual was?
I did not at the time.
Okay. Were the lights on or off in the living room area, as you recall?
They were on, but they weren't that dark.
I'm sorry?
It wasn't that lit up.
I see. Besides texting and emailing, did you also speak to her on the phone on a regular basis regarding the subject of Fabio's life insurance money?
I don't know how regularly, but enough.
So you did speak with her by phone as well?
I did.
On her regular cell phone ending in 4213?
It's the only number that I had.
Okay. Your Honor, I have a text message dated May 29th from this witness to the defendant. May it be marked as People's 110?
Yes.
It has a number 1 in the left bottom corner. Showing you this text message, do you recognize what you see here?
I do.
And is this a message that you sent from your phone on May 29th to the defendant's phone?
Yes, I recognize it. It's my message.
Okay. So you said to her that working on a very short and sweet note that you will send out to the authorities and insurance company. That's what you just testified to, correct?
Correct.
Understand that the insurance company have no obligation or liability toward you until they get a release by the authorities, and the authorities are still investigating and must have persons they suspect that must have known one or all 4 of you. If that's the case, they have the right to hold back until you 3 are all clear. Hence, the notice will have limited teeth. Call you later.
Correct.
And at the bottom, it looks like it's timestamped 9/11 in the morning.
Yes.
Now,
To her, and I said to her that you can modify it as you wish, use it if you want, do whatever you want with it.
Your Honor, I have this witness's letter that was sent to the defendant the following day, May 30th, 2017. May this document be marked as People's 111, and it has a number 2 in the bottom left corner.
So marked.
Thank you. Can you see this on your screen? Doing to accelerate like this. She will tell you you're not she was on for it.
I understand it was almost every day.
I told you.
Yes.
Time is defendant tells you that she's taking trips to vacation.
in June 2017, the week of July 9th, were you in New York City?
It was my stepdaughter's graduation, becoming a doctor.
Morella's daughter, Vanessa?
Correct.
Okay. And did the defendant fly to New York to meet you and Morella and Nessa and other members of the family?
She did.
And while you were in New York, did the defendant say anything to you about leaving the girl's home?
It's overruled.
It didn't start off like that. It started off her being upset because her and her sister kept calling her because they were worried for the children.
It's say, Your Honor, and it calls for speculation.
It's an admission from your client's mouth. It's overruled.
Go ahead.
The conversation wasn't with.
I'm sorry. It's overruled.
What did the defendant
Was.
tell you about the conversations that she was having with her mother?
All counsel are present, jury, and also the present. Good afternoon. Mr. Laurenti, you are still under oath. You may continue with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Mr. Laurenti.
Good afternoon.
Before we go back to where we left off, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things with you about your conversations with Monica after Fabio was killed. Some of your conversations with her, she discussed the status of the police investigation, correct?
Yes.
She discussed with you her check-ins with the police. I think you described it as if they had found anybody.
I don't remember.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to see your reference to it in your grand jury testimony?
Sure.
Okay. And showing you what you said at the time. Counsel, page number? Page 215. Does that refresh your recollection?
I believe so.
So you did have conversations with Monica about other things other than insurance, correct?
Okay. Correct.
And Monica spoke with you about inquiring about the status of the investigation and if they'd found anybody.
Correct.
And you also mentioned earlier about the night of the gathering at the Sementilli home. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that on that night, in fact, for all that week, Morella, your partner, had actually been staying in Monica's bedroom at the house. Is that correct?
I sort of recall that.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that in the early part of the evening, Monica had taken a sleeping pill.
If I remember correctly, yes.
And she'd gone into her room,
Yes.
correct? And then later came back out and joined the gathering. Is that correct?
At one point she did. She was in the living room, and I don't remember which happened first.
Okay. But at some point during the evening, she had taken a sleeping pill.
I think so.
Okay. Mr. Laurenti, we talked earlier about the text messages you had with Monica between the date Fabio was killed and the time Monica was arrested, and that was between January 23rd and June 14th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you talked about how the first messages, exchanges you had about insurance were around this time where you all were discussing you drafting the letter. Is that correct?
Okay.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you, in those communications you had with Monica, am I correct that you, after you told her you were going to draft this letter, you also told her you were going to talk to your lawyer about things you needed, things for her to send?
To a lawyer. I don't remember which one, but they just spoke to me over the phone.
Okay. But it was about things you were going to need from Monica for her to send.
I just needed to know circumstances. That's it. She sent me that other information, yes.
Okay. And so when you said on and referring to People's Exhibit 112. When you told her in the text message on May 25 at 11:28, thanks, Mo, when I speak to my lawyer, I will let you know what else I might need. What are you referring to?
I think at that point she was just accumulating information and sending it to me. I didn't necessarily ask for that information because we've had other conversations that are not reflected in the emails, where at one point I said to her, I'll draft it for you. You do as you wish with it. You have all the people you can send it to, and I suggested who she should send it to. If she did it or didn't, I don't know.
Okay. And you then, with the information you had, whatever that was, you drafted the letter.
With whatever information we had via text or phone calls, I drafted a letter.
Okay. And showing you that letter, can you read the letter? Exhibit 111. People's Exhibit 111, this is the letter you drafted, Mr. Laurenti, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated in the letter that you were, this is as Monica, right? You were asking her to send it from herself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to whoever she might send it to, you are asking her, or you drafted these things for her to send, correct?
I drafted this as a guideline. That's why it's referred to as a draft.
Okay. Well, where is it referred to as a draft here?
On our phone calls.
Okay. So you put dear blank, whoever she was going to send it to, and this was the content that you drafted.
Correct.
Okay. And you sent that to her May 29th, is that correct? Oh, May 30th. Yes?
Correct.
May 30th at 3:01 p.m.?
If that's what it says, yes.
Okay. And then on May 30 at 6:24 p.m., 3 hours later, you contacted Monica again, correct?
If that's what the text says, yes.
You contacted her that same afternoon, about 3 hours later, asking if she sent the email.
Correct.
Okay. And you then receive a text from Monica asking you if before she says anything, should I CC his captain too, referring to a police captain. Is that right?
Yes.
and then you respond to her, correct?
I think so.
Okay. But also when she sends that to you, she also talks about having difficulties with her daughter, correct? It's not just about sending your letter.
Sending her letter? No, it's not.
Okay. And she tells you that she's having a hard time with Bella. That she needs to talk to her, Bella, today. She's being distant and rude, and that Monica needs to squash it before it gets any worse. And she tells you, related to Bella, I never know if I'm making the right decisions. I need Fabio's direction and advice. Everything sucks. She tells you that?
In the text, yes.
Okay. But that's not as saying she needs Fabio's direction about insurance. That's about Fabio's direction she needs about handling Bella, correct?
Correct.
And then after she talks to you about Bella, you respond to her earlier question about whether Monica asking you to direct her as to whether she should send the letter to the police. You tell her the following: send to police and insurance. Yes, captain as well. Make sure you reference insurance company with info you send. You sent that to her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you reach out again, and I just want to make sure I give you the correct date. You reach out yet again to Monica. Yourself and say to her, hey, did you get any kind of response to the email you sent out? If no, send another email stating, please acknowledge the email I sent to you on date/time. You sent that to her, correct?
Yes.
And you were curious to see what the response, if any, was to any letter she sent based on what you drafted, correct?
Yes and no.
Okay. Yes, you were curious to find out.
No, I'm a follow-up guy by nature.
Okay.
So I do that with everything that I do.
Okay.
So it's my pattern. It wasn't a special treatment for her.
Understood. Monica also consulted with you, did she not, about some requests for records that the police had made of her. Is that correct?
Request for records. Refresh my memory.
Am I correct that Monica reached out to you and told you that the police had asked her to forward to them some phone records?
Oh, the home and the cell.
Okay. And you asked her on June 7 at 7:33, am I right? You asked her which phone records are they looking for? And you were referring to the request she had relayed that the police wanted her to send some of her phone records, correct?
Correct.
And you asked in your response, cell or home, correct?
Yes.
And she responded, I asked them, probably home phone. And then you responded, correct?
Let me see that, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I asked them, prob home phone, and.
And is there more to that?
It appears to be cut off on the document you gave. It's cut off, so I don't see that. I think probably they were asking for cell records. Is your understanding?
Probably.
Okay. And your response to Monica asking you about sending those records, you told her, give only home for now.
Right.
And she asked you in response, why only home?
Okay.
Okay. Why did you tell her only to give her home phone records?
Probably so she could see what it is that they're looking for. I don't remember why. Start with that and then give them the other ones after. I don't know.
So when you told her to only give certain records to the police, you're not sure why you did that?
No. It was a casual response.
And then you reached out again, I think it's June 11th. Let's see. You reach out one final time, June 11 at 8:25 at night, and you say, hope you get some positive news, referencing the letter you drafted, correct?
Just in general, I hope you get some positive news soon.
Okay, but you put in Perez letter.
Right.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So I hope you get some positive news, a letter from the investigators, so the three of you can move on. Was a good time in New York. You sent that to her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this New York trip, this was Vanessa's graduation from medical school?
Correct.
That's wonderful. And Vanessa was Morella's daughter, correct?
Yes.
Your stepdaughter or?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned before, the prosecutor put up this picture of Monica smoking a cigar, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned before that
For the record, what exhibit number is it?
it's 113 or 157. 113. Correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned that you all had all gone to a some kind of cigar club, correct?
Cigar Lounge in New York.
Okay. And who arranged that? Monica didn't arrange that, correct?
I think Morella arranged it.
Okay. So Morella, your partner, arranged it.
Correct.
And it was at a cigar club where people smoke cigars?
It's also a restaurant and a lounge.
Okay. But when you went, Monica wasn't the only one smoking a cigar, correct?
No. Of course not.
Were you smoking cigars?
Yes.
And And am I right, Mr. Laurenti, you were never interviewed between the time Fabio was killed in January of 2017 through the date that Monica was arrested in June of 2017, correct?
No, yes, correct.
In fact, you were not interviewed at all by the police until they had contacted you to inform you that Monica had been arrested. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, when the police contacted you, they first informed you that they had arrested Monica and a man named Robert Baker, correct?
The phone call that came in was with Morella, but it was on speakerphone. I was with her.
Okay. And you heard them tell Morella that they had arrested Monica with someone named Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
And you heard them tell Morella that they had found Robert Baker's blood in the home and thought he was the killer, correct?
Correct.
And they also told you that Monica, it had been revealed that Monica had been having an affair with Robert Baker. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And knowing that, you, the next day, contacted the police, correct?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember on June 15, 2017, at 10:45, let's see, LA time, calling Detective Parshall in the case?
I have no reason to deny that, but I don't recall.
Okay. Isn't it true, Mr. Laurenti, that you in fact...
I'm going to object, Your Honor, but just from the way the question is starting, it can't be impeached with something you don't remember.
I heard the question. Say your objection on submission.
Let me rephrase, Your Honor. Mr. Laurenti, you called the police that day and discussed with the police the fact that even though you were aware that Monica had been having an affair, and even though you were aware that the person she had been having an affair with, you and Morella believed and questioned whether Monica was in fact innocent. Is that correct?
Objection. No foundation. He doesn't remember. Correct.
You discussed with the police the fact that you were well aware that Monica had been having an affair, and I think you described swinging, correct?
Correct.
And you were, in spite of that, and in spite of knowing what you had learned from the police, that Mr. Baker had his blood in the home at the scene of the crime, you were questioning whether the police really had evidence that Monica was actually involved.
Say an objection.
Sustained. It's irrelevant.
You also discussed earlier, Mr. Laurenti, and I just have a few more questions. I know this is hard. You have discussed previously in response to the prosecutor's questions about your relationship with Bella and Jess. Do you recall that?
Okay.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you said that there was one contact with Bella and Jess in the summer of 2017, correct?
Correct.
And that was after Monica had been arrested, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Bella and Jess at the time were 18, and Jess was 18, and Bella was 16. Is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. And did you come down to LA anytime after Monica's arrest to visit with them?
After that?
Uh-huh.
No.
Okay. They actually went up to Canada and visited with you where you live, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you ever, after that one occasion, did you ever try to come down to LA or suggest you were going to come down to LA to visit?
No.
Okay. And is there any reason why you didn't?
I'm not understanding your question. I'm sorry.
Okay. You mentioned there was only one contact that you had with Fabio and Monica's daughters, Jess and Bella, after she was arrested, correct?
That's what I remember, yes.
Okay. And that was not a contact you had with them because you came down to LA. It was because they came up to Canada and they visited with you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said there was no more contact with Bella and Jess, correct?
I believe not.
Okay. My question is there a reason that you did not have any further contact with Jess and Bella?
I usually leave that up to Morella when we contact her family. So I left it alone. In fact, the day that they came to our house in the summer of 2017, they were only allowed to come because certain ground rules were set in what we could and could not talk to them about.
Okay. Well, their mom at that point had been arrested, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And were these ground rules set by you or Morella?
No, they weren't set by us.
Okay. Do you know who they were set by?
Monica's family.
Okay. Do you know who in Monica's family?
I don't remember if it was the mother or Anna.
Okay. And did somebody speak directly to you about those ground
I
rules?
think Anna might have spoken to Morella, but I don't remember.
Okay, but no one spoke to you about any ground
No.
rules? Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes.
Besides the text string that we talked about that was marked as Exhibit 112, you indicated that in between these texts you were having phone calls with the defendant.
Correct.
And in fact, phone calls are referenced within the text string, correct?
Correct.
When you were asked by defense counsel if Monica took a sleeping pill, that was based on what the defendant said, not what you personally observed?
Objection reading?
It was set between conversations had with her and Morella, and I don't know who else was there. I overheard.
Okay, but you didn't actually see her take a sleeping pill?
No.
Oh. So you don't know if she did or she didn't, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you were having this text conversation with the defendant, on April 9th, where the defendant was saying, said that she was missing him more and more, and that things were getting worse instead of better. Did you know at that point in time that the defendant was having an affair?
Objection relevance.
you know at that point in time?
I don't think so.
You didn't find out about the affair until Deborah Obad called you,
Correct.
right after the arrest on June 14th, correct?
Correct.
And so when defense counsel said, asked you a question about you being aware that the defendant had been having an affair and was swinging, in other words, having sex with other individuals, that was told to you by Deborah Obad the day prior after the arrest on June 14th.
I think so.
So up until that point, no one in the family knew that
No.
Monica was having an affair.
No.
Facts not in evidence.
I just speculated to stand on that ground.
I'm sorry, what was it?
Also speculation.
You didn't know
No.
that there was any affair
No.
until you got the call on the night of the arrest.
Correct.
And that was from Miss Obad who informed you that the defendant not only was having an affair, but was
Correct.
swinging with other couples.
Correct.
And when the defendant was indicating to you that things were getting worse instead of better, at that point in time, were you aware that the defendant was, again, having an affair with Robert Baker?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I have a set of 2 photographs dated April 8th of the defendant. May it be marked as People's next in order?
116.
Thank you. Showing you People's 116. Were you aware that the defendant was with Mr. Baker the night before she was texting you saying things are getting worse?
Objection, no foundation. The witness has already testified.
I'm sorry, you're making a speaking objection.
Thank you.
It's, finding of facts not in evidence as to that particular question. We used to stand on that ground.
Okay. From looking at these photographs, were you aware the night before, her saying things are getting better, that the defendant was with Mr. Baker the night before? Things were getting worse, sorry.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Well, you already told us that you didn't know about the affair until the night of the arrest when you were called by Miss Obad. Correct?
Can I?
Sure.
Okay. So, what's bogging me down is timelines. At one point, Deborah did call me and told me that Jessica had given up the passwords to Monica's computer and that her mother and her sister found out that she was swinging and having affairs. And somehow, Baker was involved. So to what extent at that time, I didn't know a lot, but I started having an idea that something was going on.
Did Miss Obad relate to you at any point in time that she was also aware that while Fabio was out of town on business prior to his murder, that Jessica found Baker sleeping in her mother's bed?
Your Honor, that's hearsay, double hearsay, and facts not in evidence.
So stand on the first ground.
Did Miss Obad ever mention anything to you
Yes, she did.
about, she did? Okay. What did Miss Obad tell you?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Other than what's already been covered, sustained.
When you were trying to help the defendant obtain the insurance money, that was because you believed that she was a loyal member of your family.
Objection leading.
Correct.
Sustained.
Why did you decide to try and help the defendant obtain the insurance proceeds from her husband Fabio's life insurance?
Because at the time I didn't think she was the killer yet. And she was a mother and had 2 children.
Did you know at the time that the defendant was sending you
information on May 25th regarding Fabio's life insurance policy. Did she ever tell you that at that point in time that she was in Myrtle Beach with Robert Baker?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
It's overruled.
No.
Your Honor, I have a set again of 2 photographs of the defendant. If they could please be marked as People's 117.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would also be raising a relevance objection. It's irrelevant whether this witness knows these things at this time.
That's overruled.
Showing you photographs from May 26th of 2017. Were you aware that the defendant was at a Paradise Party compound with Baker in Myrtle Beach when she was sending you information to try and help her obtain her husband's life insurance proceeds?
No.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
At some point in time, did you learn that the defendant had gone to Myrtle Beach with Robert Baker?
No.
You never knew that. You're hearing that for the first time today?
Yeah.
When the defendant, when you were sending messages to the defendant on June 2nd saying, thinking of you and the girls, can't help but, I don't know what this says here. Something every day, big hugs. Were you aware that when you were, and she responded with a heart emoji and praying hands, were you aware that the defendant was with Robert Baker that day?
No.
Well, I have another set of 2 photographs from June 2nd, if they could be marked as People's 118.
Very well.
Show you 118. Were you aware on that particular day, once again, that the defendant was with Robert Baker while she was sending you these text messages?
No.
Your Honor, we would object again, facts not in evidence.
The answer's already in.
352.
Now, that calls for a balancing process that I've already utilized.
Would it be fair to say that had you known that the defendant had been lying to you
Objection, argument.
I don't know that. Finish your question.
about the fact that she was, in fact, a grieving widow versus having a torrid affair where she was swinging with other couples, would you have gone to all of this trouble?
Sustained.
I have nothing further.
Anything further?
Just briefly, Mr. Laurenti, if you had known when Monica, when you reached out to Monica to offer to draft the letter for insurance, because she was, I think you said, a mother with 2 girls after her husband had been killed, and you, and if the evidence showed that Monica was not involved in any way in the planning of Fabio's death, would you have believed that that was something that was important and proper to do?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. People may call the next witness.
Thank you. People call Morella Sementilli.
microphone so we can hear you. And for the record, state and spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Marella Sementilli.
Spell it, please.
Mirella. Last name is Sementilli. Sementilli.
Thank you. Ms. Sementilli, can you tell us what your relationship was to Fabio Sementilli?
He was my little brother.
Okay. And how many children were in your family?
I was the middle child, and I have an older sister,
And what's her name?
Loretta.
You refer to her as Lori.
Lori, yeah.
Showing you exhibit 13. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, that's Fabio.
And what is he doing in this picture?
He's probably putting on an incredible show for all the hairdressers who adored and loved him.
Is that what he did on a regular basis?
Yes, he was an MC as well as an awarded hairdresser.
As were you, correct?
Yes.
Showing you exhibit 73. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes.
And who are these individuals?
My brother, who's proudly hugging his 3 children, Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella.
Okay. And where are you and your family from, along with Fabio?
We're from Canada, Toronto. We were born in the city of Toronto. My mother, myself, my sister, and father were born in Italy. Fabio was the only one born in Canada.
Okay. And so your family, with the exception of Fabio, were immigrants that came to this country.
Yes.
Or not to this country, but to Canada.
To Canada, yes.
So are you also the godmother of one of Fabio's daughters?
Yes,
And
Isabella.
And did you and your brother Fabio and your sister Lori all have a close relationship?
We did, yes, we did.
Did you have a close relationship with your parents?
Yes, very much so. We lost our father at a very young age, and my mom became our supporter. My brother was 9, I was 13, and my sister was 16. He was 39 when he passed.
Your father?
Yes.
And in order to support your family, did your mother have to earn a living to support the 3 of you and herself?
My mom, with basic education, worked 3 jobs to support us. We used to carry a key around our neck on a rope to go to school and take care of ourselves. Our older sister used to oversee us and made sure we ate, but my mom worked all the time.
What kind of work did your mom do?
She worked in a factory. She used to work where they knit sweaters, and she also cleaned a veterans hall as a cleaning lady. And on weekends, she worked at the flea market selling sweaters. We used to go and help her a lot. We were always supporting each other the best we can.
Your brother Fabio, when he was a kid, did he start various jobs and businesses in order to assist the family with making money?
Yes, he did. He worked as a supermarket stock boy at, he first had a newspaper job at 13, and then he worked at a supermarket stocking shelves at 16. And around 17, he used to also help with the Veterans Banquet Hall as well, washing pots and pans.
Sure. At some point in time, did you become a hairdresser?
Yes, I did.
And at some point in time, did Fabio start working with you?
Yes, he did.
And did you own a salon at that point?
I did. I owned a salon as early as 83.
And what was the name of that salon?
Modelli.
Modelli?
Modelli.
Okay. And when Fabio began working for you, did he eventually go to school to learn to cut hair and do color and things of that nature?
He did. He was working for me part-time, and then he loved it, and he was very, very talented, and he decided to go to hairdressing school.
All right. And subsequently, did you and Fabio own and run a salon together for many years?
Yes, we did. We, after he had his own salon, we felt we were far apart and we can consolidate. So we went into business together in 2001 called Salon Shampoo.
Okay. And the two of you owned it together?
Yes, we did.
And how many years did the two of you own and run this salon together?
Until he left for LA, 2009 or 10.
All right. And while the two of you were running and working at this salon, did Fabio become a platform or artist for Wella?
Yes, he did.
And did you do the same?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And while you were before Salon Shampoo, when you were working at Modelli, when you owned Modelli and Fabio worked at Modelli with you, did you and Fabio meet the defendant?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes.
And the defendant, you know Monica Sementilli is your sister-in-law of almost 20 years, right?
Yes.
You see her here in court?
Yes.
Can you identify her?
Yes, she's here to my right wearing a black blazer.
And while you and Fabio were working and you owned Modelli, that was in Canada, correct?
Yes.
How is it that you came into contact with the defendant?
She worked in a clothing boutique 3 doors down from the salon, Modelli.
Okay. And at that time, Fabio was married, correct?
Yes, he was.
And had a son?
Yes.
Who we see in this photograph?
Yes, Luigi, yeah.
And at some point in time, did Fabio decide to open his own salon?
Yes, he did.
And when he left Modelli to open his own salon, at that point in time, did the defendant go with him?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And for a period of time before Fabio opened his own salon, did the defendant come and work for you?
Yes.
And what was she doing at your salon, at Modelli?
She was doing nails and makeup upstairs on the 2nd floor.
So you rented out a space to her?
Yes.
All right. And when Fabio left, what was the name of his salon?
Salon Fabio.
And what did the defendant do at Salon Fabio?
Well, Fabio cut hair and she ran the business.
Okay. Who handled the books, the finances?
Monica.
Okay. And at some point, did Fabio get divorced from his first wife and get married to the defendant?
Yes.
And that was in February of '97?
Yes.
Does that sound about right?
They got married, yes.
Okay. And you said then at some point you and Fabio came back together and opened a Salon Shampoo together.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And did the defendant again work in the business with you and Fabio?
She worked on the 2nd floor as well, again as a makeup artist, nail technician.
Okay. She had gone to school for that at some point?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And would you say that you and the defendant were very close for many years?
Yes.
Did you think of her like a sister, like you did with Loretta?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have a photograph from August 6th of 2016. May it be marked as People's, I think it's 117?
What is the photograph of?
It's a photograph of the defendant with Morella and Loretta. Showing you Exhibit 119. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Is this you with Loretta and the defendant?
Yes.
And where was this taken?
At my house in Woodbridge, Ontario.
Okay. That's where you live with your significant other, Marco?
Yes, Marco.
Okay. And when the defendant married your brother, did you also become close to her entire family in Canada?
Yes.
And did Fabio become close with the defendant's family?
Yes.
Prior to Fabio's murder, were you also close with Fabio's daughters, including your goddaughter?
Yes.
And did you spend a lot of time with them prior to the time that Fabio moved with his family to Los Angeles?
Yes, a lot.
Once they moved to Los Angeles, did you see Fabio on a regular basis?
Yes, we did.
He would come up to Canada to visit his family, and you would also come down?
Yes.
Did you also do business in the Los Angeles area?
I did.
Was that also through Wella?
Yes.
Had you been to both of Fabio's homes in the San Fernando Valley? The first home that was a rental before the Queen Victoria home?
Yes, I had.
All right. And did you and your family spend holidays still together?
Yes, we did.
Approximately how often would you say that you and Fabio would speak?
At least every weekend, if not twice a week.
Okay. And when you came to Fabio and Monica's home on Queen Victoria, where did you used to spend time with him?
Usually it was a beautiful day in LA, and it was always cold in Toronto, so we'd always be outside on the patio.
Okay. Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 9. It has a page 20 in the bottom left corner. Is this the patio area?
Yes, it is.
Is this the area where you and the families would get together?
Yes.
And was there a particular chair that you knew was Fabio's favorite chair, or where he would routinely sit?
Yes, he would sit to the chair here on my right, closest to the pillar.
The one here, the brown pad?
Closest to the cement plant box, yes.
If I show you People's 9, page 21,
Same,
that
yes.
would be the photograph I'm pointing to here, as you said, closest to the pillar?
Yeah.
And would when Fabio and the defendant and their kids moved to, their daughters moved to the Los Angeles area, did you also keep in touch with Monica?
Yes, I did.
And who handled the family's finances, if you know?
Overrule.
Monica.
And did she tell you that she's the one that handled everything?
Yes, she did. I was curious about some cell phone charges, like what did she pay on her cell phone package? And I was asking Fabio or anybody, and she says, "Oh, don't ask him. He knows nothing about the utilities. I pay for everything."
Okay. So she told you that she was in charge of all of the bills?
Yes.
And did she also discuss with you that she was the one who made child support payments to Vonda for Luigi.
Yeah, she was very proud that she was the one communicating with Luigi's mother and not Fabio.
Okay. So she dealt directly with Vonda.
Yes, she did.
And did the defendant also tell you that she handled all of Fabio's paperwork from the business?
So,
Yes, she did. She handled it all so that Fab can be free to be creative.
And in terms of the family's calendar and scheduling, who was in charge of that? Like if you wanted to set up a time to get together.
Fabio had told me that if there was any family events or, mom needed any help or time with his mom, that I should communicate with Monica so she can organize his calendar, because he wasn't doing that anymore. Monica was doing that for him.
Did you also know Fabio's professional assistant at Wella?
Yes,
And who is that?
Alicia.
You want to have a photograph of Alicia Truesdale, maybe Marcus Peoples 120.
yes.
Showing you 120. Do you recognize this person?
Yes,
And who is that?
Alicia Truesdale.
Okay. And had you come to know Alicia very well from your work at Wella?
Yes.
You want to have another photograph of the witness along with her sister and mother, may it be Marcus Peoples 121.
Yes.
Showing you Peoples 121. Do you recognize who you see here?
Yes.
Is that you and your sister and your mother?
Yes.
And was Fabio very close with your mother?
Yes, he adored her.
He was you said the youngest, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 96. Do you recognize the email address as that of your brother's while he was working for P&G in 2016?
Yes, it is.
Do you also recognize the defendant's email address, calmatimo@hotmail?
Yes, it is.
Again, showing you Exhibit 97 from 2016. Did you know that eventually Cody bought out Wella from P&G?
Oh, yes, yes.
You were part of all of that
Yes.
situation.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize Fabio's email address once Cody purchased the business?
Yes, I do.
And once again, the address for the defendant?
Yes.
At some point in July of 2016, did you fly to Las Vegas for the Trend Vision show?
Yes, I did.
You want to have another photograph of this witness along with the defendant, may it be marked as Peoples 121? Thank you. Showing you Exhibit 122. Do you recognize what you see here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Where was this photograph taken?
This was in Las Vegas at the Aria, I believe, and we were having, I was having a big event for Trend Vision. It's like a competition for North America, and I was working one of the days, but I had some time off, so that's the evening of the event, the grand opening event.
Did you spend time both with Fabio and the defendant when you attended this event in Las Vegas in July of 2016?
Not a lot of time. Fabio was very, very busy, and he had asked me to meet up with Monica because she was coming, and that was a surprise to me. And I said, yeah, I'll have lunch with her. So I met her in the lobby.
At the hotel?
And then we had a quick lunch, and then I went back to work.
And Fabio, was he the in charge of this event or the MC of this event?
Yeah, he spearheaded that event. It was a competition, almost like an Olympics, where hairdressers got together and would compete for, to win the coveted trophy for the year of that event, and they would be recognized as the Trend Vision Award winner. And so Canada and the US would come together, and Fabio was pretty much in charge with all of the production and everything, and he was the MC, and everybody would just stop him constantly in the halls. And
so was he, during the day, he would be busy in various events or planning for the evening events?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So we've heard a lot about the term platform artist. You were a platform artist. What did you and Fabio do when you traveled as platform artists around the world?
It's overruled.
Well, when we were a lot younger, started in the hair industry, we would train for competitively to be in competitions all over the world. We traveled together and we would compete and create creations like wonderful, beautiful hair. And within 7 minutes, they would say go, and then stop, and then the judges would come around and look at your model, and then we would all wait for the awards ceremony. And Fabio and I did very well in those arenas. Fabio won in Las Vegas. He won in Germany. I won in a few myself, and we just really were a very strong team. And because of that, a lot of hair color companies were always asking us to endorse their product. And so we gladly did so, and we continued to do a lot of educational work on platforms because we were up on a riser. And people would come to our classes and learn the newest tricks and tips in the hair industry. Okay. And we just kept getting huge numbers at our events. So eventually Fabio became permanent with Wella in that area.
I see. So that's those competitions as platform artists is what led the two of you to become independent contractors for a period of time with Fabio.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure we all understood what that was. So during the week that you were in Vegas for the Trend Vision Awards, that would have been the week of July 22nd of 2016 through the 28th?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you had lunch with the defendant one day, but other than that, the defendant would have been on her own because you and Fabio were busy working.
Correct.
All right. Now, when was the last time that you saw your brother?
I saw my brother January 17 to approximately the 20th.
Were you in town on business that week?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you come into town with somebody?
Yes, I came to town with a colleague of mine, Antonio Quintieri.
Antonio, was he a hairdresser that worked with you and Fabio at Salon Shampoo in Toronto?
Yes, he worked for us for a short time, and then he also became a platform artist as well.
For Wella?
For Wella.
So during that week, some point in time, did you go to Fabio's home?
Yes, I did.
And when you got to the house that day, did Fabio seem like his usual gregarious self?
No, not at all. We were on our way to the house in a taxi, and I got a text message from him saying maybe today's not a good day. And I told him I'm minutes away. I didn't want him to do that. I'm coming. And then when we got there, we pulled in, and I didn't get the usual warm Fabio that I usually have, that he's usually so happy to see us. And he was looking quite concerned, working with his golf clubs. And then we walked in, and it was close to dinner time. It was probably 4:35. And we weren't served any beverages or food or anything.
Were you planning on, had this evening been planned for you to come to the home?
Yeah, it was planned weeks ahead of time, because we had to run something by Fabio since he was head of education. Even though I was a sister, I had to still talk business sometimes. And we got there, and I wanted to do it at his house so I could see the family, but he wasn't himself.
All right. And how about the defendant? Was she there that day?
She was there that day, yes. And usually, again, when I come to visit, there's usually some food or a spread, or everybody's happy to see me. And I didn't feel that way. And there was no food, there was no spread. We were hungry, and I thought maybe we would have to go out to eat something.
So you had thought you were going there for dinner that night?
I thought she would put some food on, yeah.
Okay. So did you have any conversation with her that you recall at this point?
Vaguely, very short.
Okay. And then shortly after that time, did you return home to Canada?
Yeah, well, the beginning of our trip, I passed by to see Fabio. Usually I extend my trip and I stay a little longer, and I stay with the family either even one more day or so. But no, this time I didn't. I just went home.
Okay. And how is it that you learned about your brother's murder?
I was ready to start a conference call. It was 9 o'clock on Monday night, January the 23rd, and I got a phone call, and I was the head of this project that we were working on, so I avoided the call. And then I got a call again within the next minute, and so I answered the call, and it was my niece, Jessica, yelling, and it was breaking up. And she, it was breaking up, and it was Monica calling, saying, they killed Fabio, they killed Fabio. And then the phone was cracking up, and then I was like, it doesn't even sound like her. I'm like, this is a crazy joke. And then Jessica came on the phone. She goes, Zia, like Auntie, Daddy's dead. Someone killed Daddy, and it was blood everywhere. And she started breaking down, and then I'm breaking down, and I'm like, this can't be true.
So the first person that you spoke to that night was the defendant, who said that they killed Fabio?
She did. She said they.
Okay. Had you spoken to the police at this point in time yet?
No, I had not.
Now, after this conversation, did you fly down to Los Angeles along with the rest of your family? That would be your mother and your sister and all the cousins and the extended family. Luigi?
Yes. My mom was sick. She was recovering from cancer, and it was a little hard to tell her that her son had been murdered. So it took us some time, and then on Wednesday we got on a flight. It was maybe 8 or 9 of us, family members, and then some more followed the next day. But we landed on the Wednesday, the 25th.
Did you go directly to the home at Queen Victoria where you had just been a few days before?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And when you got to the house, did you see the defendant?
Yes, we did.
And did you tell her beforehand that you were all coming?
Yes, we did.
All right. And what did she do when you came to the house that day on the 25th?
She looked very distraught. She was upset. She was
Did she?
Holding Fabio's sweater, and she was just sobbing and sighing and exasperated. And
Okay. And did she take you on a tour to show you what she had seen in the house?
I'll allow it.
yes, she did. She took us into the kitchen, and my sister, myself, and my daughter were there following her, and she was telling us that they used vinegar. Do you see? They used vinegar. Do you smell it? Can you still smell it? Why would they use vinegar? Was it to get rid of any DNA? Was it to get rid of DNA? And then she said, they didn't even use my knives. They didn't even use the knives. They were sitting right here. They didn't use my knives. And then she kept walking us around, and she showed us that there was blood stains and on the floor, but they're clean now. And then she mentioned they took her DVR because the monitor they had in the kitchen was black. So we were looking like we were on a tour, and then she's pointing, there's stains on the door here. I guess the insurance company is going to come and paint again, and come and paint this. Then she took us into the bedroom.
And what did she do when are you talking about the master bedroom?
Yes, the master bedroom.
And what, if anything, did she point out or show you in the master bedroom?
She showed us some blood stains that were black now, and she said there was blood stains here. We were robbed, and they took money. They opened the safe.
She said they opened the safe?
Yes, they opened the safe. It's broken. Can't
she
close it.
said the safe was broken?
Broken. And then she started going through Fabio's jacket pockets, his suit pockets, saying that Fabio keeps money everywhere. He's got money everywhere. I don't get him. Now she's like angry, and she's going through his pockets and pulling out cash.
From the pockets?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
And then at some point, she gave $800 in change to my mom from all the money she collected in the pockets.
In Canadian money?
In Canadian money.
Okay. And at some point, did you also have contact with her family at the home?
Oh, yes. Yes, everybody was there. At one time, we could have been like 20 people there. And Wella was bringing food for us, and everybody was very grateful for that. And then at one time, the mom had said, we got to tell Wella to stop sending food. I don't want no more food.
So where were you all congregating?
Outdoors mostly.
On the patio area?
In the patio area and in the kitchen.
Okay. And at some point in time, on the following day, did individuals from Wella come to the home while you were there?
Yes, they did.
And did that include the CEO, Sal?
Yes.
Did you know Sal?
Yes, I did.
And who else came with Sal to the house that day, if you recall?
Sal Mosseri came, David Diaz came, and Henry Meyer.
Okay. Did you know all these people from Wella?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did they sit down with you and the defendant and others?
They had asked to speak to her privately, and if they wanted us to leave the room, and she said everybody could leave the room except for Monica's sister and myself.
Okay. So you and her sister sat down with these gentlemen?
Yes.
And the defendant?
Yes.
And did they at that time go over some of the financial support that Fabio had put into place, including life insurance policies?
Yes, it was the first time I had seen them since the murder, and they had come over to tell Monica what Wella was prepared to do, and they had told her that he had life insurance and also something about indemnity, double indemnity, and that they were going to take care of Monica anywhere, like for 3, they're going to try for 6 months. There's anything you need. They were constantly reaching out if she wasn't anything, if she needed anything. And that same day, I said, maybe, you know, there are 3 girls by themselves in the house. Maybe you can get a security guard or someone to help or replace the DVR or some security.
You said that?
Yes, I did.
Who did you say that to?
All 3 of them.
And what, if anything, did anybody respond?
I was stopped before I can even finish my sentence. Monica said, no, absolutely not. I'm fine. We're going to be fine.
And did she say anything else? Did you ask her if she was afraid at all of staying in this house alone, given that you were asking the gentlemen who were offering help
Yes.
for security?
Yes, that's why I assumed she was going to be scared because what had happened, and you know, and they were out there.
And what did she say?
She said that they're not scared, no negativity in this house, Sementilli power, and she was just constantly coaching the kids that they were going to be fine in their home that their father built for them or bought for them or set up.
Sementilli power, is that something your brother used to say?
Yeah, he would say wonderful memes like that, like charge that mountain, you can do it, chin up, Sementilli power.
Council, let me interrupt. We'll take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. I'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Just to give you an update, there are no protesters on Spring Street. The bad news is, as of 30 seconds ago, Spring Street is closed. Maybe they'll be open when you leave. I don't know if you go down Spring Street or not, but that's the update as of now. Ms. Sementilli, you're still under oath, and people may continue.
All right. I think when we stopped for the break, we were talking about what happened on the day that individuals from Wella came to speak to the defendant at Queen Victoria. Were you also present when they not only talked about the life insurance but stock options and other benefits?
Yes.
All right. And at some point in time, did the individuals from Wella, like Henry Meyer, was he explaining things to the defendant with respect to what Fabio had signed up for in terms of benefits?
Yes, he carefully explained everything that he needed to share with her about the insurance and stock options.
And at some point after they left, the defendant say anything to you?
She said that she was going to get a family lawyer in case they're screwing her.
Okay. And did the defendant go into detail with you on what had occurred on the date of January 23rd of 2017 prior to Fabio's murder? Did she talk to you and the family about what they had done that day?
Yes. She told us we were all looking to find out what happened and how that day went. And she said that her and Fabio had a beautiful morning together. He had a colonoscopy appointment, and then they had a beautiful afternoon and a lunch together. They went to drop off a weed whacker, and then she dropped him off at home, and she went to Ralph's to pick up like veal cutlets to make fettina.
For dinner?
For dinner. And she told all of us, the whole family was listening to this.
And on that, on one of those days while you were there, around 5 o'clock, did the defendant start making certain comments about Fabio coming home?
Oh,
She looked at her watch and she says, "Oh my God, it's almost 5. Fabio's going to come home." Mike Obad, I believe, Deborah's husband, maybe his name's not Obad, but her husband, Mike, said, "Oh, I'm going to get a tequila. I'm going to pour a tequila for him." And then they started creating a shrine on his chair. The chair had a tequila, a cigar, his Big Daddy hat, and it kind of stayed like that for the next couple of days.
Big Daddy, is that a phrase you had heard before used in reference to your brother?
Yes.
Your brother was a sort of a big guy.
Yeah, he's a big guy, and he's a very loving and huggy kind of guy, and he brought everybody in. He didn't discriminate. He was always very social and loved everybody, so he was like a daddy figure, looked out for everyone.
Showing you Exhibit 108, is this what you saw them put together?
Yes,
Set
there's
it on the chair with the
tequila,
and the picture
the
of your
picture,
brother,
the hat, the cigar.
And did you also see that the defendant posted something on her social media account or Instagram account with respect to setting up some type of a shrine on the chair that Fabio sat in?
Oh yes, her Instagram posts were very endearing. She was always very much in pain. She missed him, and you know, it just made us all feel helpless. We wanted to help her in any way we could.
Showing you Exhibit 109, is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
Did the defendant talk to you about the patio cushions that we actually can see in 108 and 109?
Yes, we were looking at the crime scene as early as the Wednesday after, and everything looked like everything was back in its place. But she had described that everything was full of blood. There was blood all over the floor, and that when they pulled Fabio up, he still had a smoldering cigar. And she said that they wanted insurance or someone wanted to come and clean up the pillows and the floor and all that, but she said that Mike would do it. So I think they power washed all the pillows and the floor and everything, and then they turned them upside down, and we're good to go for Wednesday.
And that was with respect to the area where Fabio was murdered under the covered patio?
Yes.
And were you present that week when the defendant took some of your nephews and Luigi into Fab's closet?
Yes, I was there.
And what happened?
Luigi had asked for a few things, and then she came out with more clothing, and she asked the boys to pick whatever they wanted, take it. Do you guys want power tools? Do you want some of his tools? Do you want anything that you see? Go ahead and take it. And they're in shock. They're like, we can't carry power tools on the flight home because of the weight restriction. So they opted not to take any of that. They took some T-shirts.
So she was giving away Fabio's things to the nephews while you were there?
That's overruled.
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did the defendant make any comments to Luigi while you were there that week about financial assistance?
Yes, she was reassuring him that your father took care of you. You're going to be okay, but you're going to get the insurance in Canada. You're going to have to help your sisters out. You're going to have to help us.
Okay. And had the defendant talked to you that week about the fact that there was Fabio had set up a Canadian life insurance policy through Manulife for Luigi?
Yes. I knew of this prior because of my divorce as well. We know that that happens in Canada.
It's part of the law there, yes?
Yes.
You said that you were very concerned about the safety of Monica and the girls, and so you said that you were asking the individuals from Wella about a security guard. Did the defendant say anything to you about whether or not she wanted to move and get out of that house?
No, she had mentioned that she can't afford to stay in the house, so she had to remove the gardener, the pool people, a few different things that she had to rearrange, but eventually she would want to find something smaller, another house.
Did she tell you that she did not want to move?
Yeah, she didn't want to move from LA or the house, but she had no choice.
And you said that the monitor, the DVR monitor on the counter was black. Did she tell you anything about why it was black?
No.
Did she tell you that the killers had taken their security system?
Yeah, mm-hmm, she did.
Did Fabio ever mention to you his ability to monitor his home surveillance system remotely from his cell phone?
No.
Did the defendant ever mention that she had the ability to do that from her cell phone?
No.
while you were there on January 29th of 2017, did you attend a viewing for your brother at a funeral home and a service?
Yes.
Okay. And after that, was there a wake that night or a gathering in the backyard that was catered?
Yes, Wella had arranged for everybody to be fed and to be taken care of. So there was maybe 80 people in the backyard after the viewing at the funeral home.
And did the defendant say anything to you about what she was going to do that night when these 80 or so people were going to be coming to the house for this catered event?
Yes, she told me she was tired and she couldn't do anything else for the rest of the day. She was wanting to go to sleep. So shortly after, I asked for a cell phone charger, and I went into the bedroom, and she had her hair up in a bun. She was playing something on her tablet or a Sudoku or something. She had no makeup on. Her pajamas were on. And I just checked in on her and grabbed the charger, and I left.
Did she come back out at some point?
She did.
Okay. And where was the next time you saw her that evening?
Well, I was mingling with some of the Wella people, and I got tapped on the shoulder by Deborah Obad and said, "You got to help me. You got to help me get this guy out of here." And I turned around, and I said, "Who?" And then we got closer to where Monica was sitting, and I noticed she had her makeup on, her hair was down, and she was dressed up again. And there was this guy, the two of them were like kind of leaning into each other. And they were talking like they were in their own little world.
Where?
In the backyard, not far from where Fabio was murdered, sitting, the two of them. And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I just wanted to say that I was shocked because she looked like she was done for the day, and then she popped back out again.
Showing you Exhibit 45, what you see here, is this the area where you saw them sitting and speaking with one another?
Yes, and behind Robert Baker is my brother's shrine, the chair that he was murdered in. Yes.
That's what we see right here?
Yes.
And shortly after that, did you observe the two of them go somewhere?
Yes, I think Deborah was the one who asked them that we need to go inside. And then all four of us, Deborah, myself, Monica, and Baker, went through the kitchen door. We passed Monica's mother, Mena Crescentini, and as we're passing by, she was like standing there like a sergeant. And I'm still shocked not knowing what's going on, but he did stand out like a sore thumb because he wasn't a Wella person. So we don't know. Or family. So we don't know what he was doing there, but...
And where did they go? Once you guys came into the house, where did they go?
So the four of us followed basically Monica. She went into a dark living room, sat on the couch, and then Baker sat in front of her on an ottoman. And then I just found a spot to sit next to her on the right and Deb on the left. And with what Deb had said to me, that we got to get rid of this guy, everybody's looking, I whispered into Monica's ear, I go, "Who is this guy? Like, you know, everybody's looking at you, everybody's watching what's going on," in Italian, because I didn't want to embarrass her or him or my brother. Like, this is embarrassing.
Why?
Well, she's acting like she's in her own little world, talking to some strange guy. I just didn't like that. It was very not right to be doing, disrespectful.
And so in Italian, what you said to her, what is going on?
Yeah.
And what did she respond, if anything?
She was, "Oh, this is my racquetball coach, Robert Baker. This is my sister-in-law, Morella." And we shook hands. He gave me his condolences. And then she introduced him to Deborah. And then I think I heard her say, "You probably better you go now." So he got up, she got up, we all got up. And as we're walking towards the front door, again, Monica's mother's standing there looking at him with her eyes beady. And I'm trying to read this, what's going on here? And then as he was leaving, he wanted to nod and say goodnight. And she told him, fuck off.
In English? Or
Very
in Italian?
loud, very loud in English.
Okay.
Late 60s, 70s age woman, and then she just screamed out, fuck off, like that to him.
Okay. And you were standing at the door at that point?
I was still behind, near Monica's mom, and the door was 2 steps up. So we didn't go up the steps. He did with her.
At any point in time prior to this period, did Deborah ever mention to you that she knew that the defendant was having an affair behind your brother's back?
No. Sorry. She never said anything to us. It was devastating to hear that she may have known something, and she watched 20-odd family members crying, looking for answers, trying to figure out who would do this to my brother. And she had already known something and never shared it with us.
Did she ever tell you that she knew that Baker had slept over in Monica's bed while your brother was away on business?
No, she never did that.
To your knowledge, did she ever warn your brother?
No.
That would be sustained.
Did your brother ever mention to you that he suspected Monica was having an affair?
No, he did not.
Was there a point in time when you and your brother were running salon shampoo in Canada where you were present when your brother became upset at the defendant when some men came to the salon looking for Monica?
It's overruled.
It was my birthday. A bunch of girls, we went out, and Fabio wasn't happy about that, but we just went out. Girls wanted to bring me out, and I enjoyed a great evening with all the girls and not paying attention to everybody and what they were doing. But the next day, some guys, nice-looking guys, came in, and they went to the reception desk and asked for Monica. And then the receptionist pointed, because I was at my salon chair, was right beside the reception desk, and I turned around, and the receptionist pointed to the upstairs mezzanine floor. So they walked through the salon, and they went upstairs, chatted with Monica.
Sustained? Stated. But I have to go through a balancing process. I sustained it on relevance.
Thank you,
And from now on, when I rule on 352 objections, it is deemed that I've balanced the issues.
Thank you,
And at some point in time, did your brother become angry or upset because he thought perhaps something was going on that was not appropriate?
That's to this issue.
During the weekend that you were in Los Angeles, after the murder, were you at the Queen Victoria home daily?
Sorry, repeat when?
After the murder, when you and the family flew in,
Yes.
were you at the Queen Victoria house every day?
Yes.
Was there a particular day where your significant other went with Monica somewhere?
Yes, they went to go retrieve the Porsche.
Fabio's Porsche?
Yes, Fabio's Porsche.
From an impound yard?
Yes.
Okay. And while they were gone, did someone come to the house?
Yes, a neighbor had come by, and he brought in a DVD, and he said that this was the footage from the surveillance of the camera of his house.
And did you and several family members watch what was on the DVD?
Yes, Monica's mother said, go watch it before she comes home.
So where did you go to watch it?
We went up to Monica's office computer upstairs.
Your Honor, what's the people's next in order? Oh, never mind. I think that's it marked. Showing you what's marked as People 74 and directing you, this would be the second floor of the home?
Yes.
Towards the back of the large living area on the second floor. Is this the computer area you're talking about?
Yes, we were all kind of hovered around the computer.
And did you all watch the footage that this neighbor had brought over?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And when the defendant came home with the Porsche and Marco, did you guys talk to her? Did you guys advise her that the neighbor had brought over a DVD with footage?
Yes, she came to learn that we had seen it because we were trying to explain to her that, you know, oh, we got an idea of what happened. Your neighbor came and dropped off the DVD. She was so upset. She made everybody feel so bad. You guys watched it without me. How could you? How dare you? Did you guys see anything? Did you see any faces? Did you see any skin color? And then she rushed upstairs. We kind of followed her to go watch it.
And so did she then watch the video herself?
She did.
Okay. And did she ask you questions other than whether or not you could see their faces or their skin color?
Yeah, my nephew had said he thought that one of them looked African American.
Sustain.
Did the defendant ask you any questions about the video? You and the group of family members that had watched.
While we were watching it with her, no.
Okay. And when she first came in, you said that she asked certain questions.
She did.
And what were those things that she was asking you?
That if we can see any faces, any skin color, was it clear? Can you see it clearly? What they look like? What were they wearing? Like it was just boom, 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 question after each other, and we can understand why she was frustrated, but we were asked to go see it. We didn't do this out of any malicious reason.
Well, you were also interested in finding out who had murdered your brother.
Of course, yes, yes.
Did you keep in touch with Monica after you returned to Canada after your brother's murder?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak with her every week?
Pretty much every week, yes.
Okay. And you already told us that you followed her Instagram account. In terms of the conversations that you had with the defendant after that date, was there a particular topic that seemed to come up every time you spoke with her?
Yes, it was always, it would start with, did you get any information from the police officer? Do they have any leads? Is there anything that they have any answers to? And she says no. And I would say, you know, I want to call, I want to talk to them. And she would say, no, don't call them. I only want them talking to me. I don't want anybody calling. And she would explain to me that she would tell them all the time that she was going to be living on their front stoop if this insurance money didn't come in. She had to remove all these things that they were like, you know, she had to get rid of the cleaning lady, the pool people, the gardener, and she was struggling with financials, and she was always troubled by financials, and the insurance company wasn't releasing her, and she was like out of breath sometimes trying to figure out how she's going to get them to release her.
So, you mean law enforcement?
Yes.
And was the subject of money something that she brought up and complained about on a regular basis?
All the time.
And did the defendant tell you, when you mentioned that she would be sitting on their front stoop, Does that mean that she was telling you that she was going to be sitting on law enforcement's front stoop
Yes.
because she didn't have money?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever inform you that Wella decided to give her Fabio's full salary for 6 months along with their health care for free for her and the girls?
No.
At any point in time, did she tell you that she was going to Las Vegas?
She did. She told me she was going to Las Vegas with some friends,
Okay.
girlfriends.
Did she ever tell you that she was going to Myrtle Beach?
She did. She said she wanted to walk the golf course by herself.
Okay. And did she tell you why she wanted to go to Myrtle Beach and walk a golf course?
Yeah, it was like something my brother would have wanted to do all his life, maybe one day, and she thought that by doing it herself, she was doing it for him.
So, had your brother ever mentioned Myrtle Beach to you?
He was avid golfer, and I wasn't, but he's mentioned many golf courses. That might have been one of them.
Like Pebble Beach?
Yes, that one for sure.
You knew he was planning a trip with Marco and some of his friends for his 50th?
Yes.
All right. At some point in time, because of how distraught the defendant was regarding her financial situation, did you encourage Marco to assist her?
Yes. I told her, well, you keep calling them all the time, you keep bothering them, but, unless you're put in an official letter, I said, they might not take you seriously.
You told the defendant?
Yeah. And I said, if you want, Marco can help you draft it and then just send him all the details so that, he can address it properly, or I don't know whatever happened after that.
Did she ever try to dissuade you from speaking to law enforcement or the LAPD yourself?
Yes. She even got upset one time that my son had called. And I didn't know that my son had called. And then I found out with a very stern voice, she goes, absolutely don't ever call again. Tell him.
And after the murder, did you, along with her family, talk about taking turns coming down to California to stay with her so that she wouldn't be alone in the aftermath?
Yes, we did for a while. If it wasn't her mom, it would be her sister or would be myself. We would rotate, or at least we talked about it. I used to do their hair, so we would catch up and talk about who's going next and so on.
When you say their hair, you're talking about Monica's family?
Monica's family, yes.
All right.
Mother and sister.
Now, at some point, did you talk with Monica, or did she talk with you about the fact that she didn't want any of you coming to stay?
Overruled.
Yes, it was around Easter time, and we went to the garage, and we had my husband, myself, Monica, maybe one or two other people. We were just talking about how's everything going, and
was this the like the 1 month memorial?
No.
So
maybe. No, sorry. Yes, it was. It was, because the Easter was different. There wasn't. I had a house full of guests. It was the only time that really happened would have been at the 1 month memorial. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at the 1 month memorial, is that like a tradition?
Yes.
All right. And did the defendant come to Toronto for that along with Jessica?
Yes, that's right. And I had some other guests as well. On that particular day, we had gone outside for smoke, and asking her how things are going, and she's like, I'm sick and tired of this, like, people coming in and out and all these people in my house, just leave me alone. If I want to fuck, I'm going to fuck. I'm a big ass girl. Just, I wish they would leave me alone.
And was that when you were talking to her while she was smoking in your garage?
Yes.
And who else was with you?
My husband.
Marco.
Yes.
Did that statement come after you offered to come stay with her and help out with the girls?
Yes.
And did she turn you down?
She did.
At some point in time, did Monica talk to you and your daughter about setting up some kind of a college fund for her girls?
Yes, people were calling and wanting to know if they were accepting flowers for the funeral, or if there was a donation for the girls' college fund. And my daughter took the initiative to suggest to open up an account so that people can donate to the college fund in lieu of flowers, both in the U.S. and in Canada.
Okay. And at some point in time, did the defendant talk to you and your daughter about the account that your daughter helped her set up?
Yeah, we were checking in just to see, how it was going and how generous people were. And she said she removed her daughter's names because she didn't want them seeing that they had money and privileges.
Okay.
And left just her name.
And she talked to you and Vanessa about this?
Yes.
At some point in time, after you were in Los Angeles for the week following Fabio's murder, did you fly back to Canada along with the family for various funeral services and things of that nature?
Yes, we all did.
Okay. And Fabio's body was also sent back to
Yes,
Canada by the company?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And by the way, when the defendant would go back to Canada, where would she typically stay?
With her mom.
Was that in the same area where you live, Woodward?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a funeral event?
Yes, there was.
And luncheon and some other events?
Yes, we did Thursday evening viewing, full day Saturday viewing, and then Thursday half a day viewing, and then Friday the full day viewing, and then Saturday was the mass, and then he was released and went to being cremated.
Had anybody in your family ever been cremated before?
No.
Was that something that upset you and your mother and your sister?
It's overruled.
It was very upsetting because my mom was standing right there and nobody asked her what she wanted. And we were all waiting, but she made an announcement. She said, your father would have wanted to be cremated, and I'm going to let the kids decide, but your father wanted to be cremated. And these 3 young kids agreed.
So, had Fabio ever mentioned cremation with you?
Not that I know of, no.
Well, you would remember something like that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So Fabio was cremated at the end of these few days, correct?
Right. So what happened on the Saturday is after the Mass, Fabio went to the crematorium, and the majority of the guests went to a banquet hall to have some food and refreshments. And my husband, my nephew, and Monica's brother-in-law named Grant Larson went to the crematorium to be there for the procedure of cremation. The rest of us went to the banquet hall for a luncheon that my husband and I paid for along with her mother, Mena,
Okay. Philomena?
Philomena.
And temporarily, what was done? Well, it's not temporary anymore, but at that point in time, what was done with his remains?
Well, when we were in LA, we were told day to day something different, and then finally she had decided that she was going to expedite or bring my brother back to Toronto because he always wanted to go back to Canada. And you need to plan. You need to call the cemetery in order to accept the body coming in via airline. So I needed to know this information, and I called my cousins who had just experienced lots of loss, and I knew they knew their way around funeral homes, and they said they'd be more than happy to help, and they were on the other end helping by going to the funeral home and setting up the funeral procedures for when we get there.
Okay, but my question was, what was done with his remains after he was cremated?
So in that preparing, because it was last minute, they offered a crypt that they bought as a family burial ground. And for temporary use, she can put his ashes in the full crypt. And
that's where he remains.
That's where he is today.
So she's never purchased any crypt?
Nothing.
Location?
No.
So his remains are in a
temporarily laying in my cousin's family crypt.
For the last 8 years?
Yes.
Due to the traffic situation, we're going to adjourn at this time.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in adjournment until 9 o'clock on Monday. 3 things I need to tell you. First is the admonition, as always. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or form or express any opinion to you. Brooke, let's go off the record as to the last 2 things. Next, as a judge...